Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, Luke, and I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. What does that mean? Well, it means we do everything from unboxing and modifications of common off-the-shelf printers to full-up printer builds, like some of our Vorons, the black box that we have on the table in front of us, the NX Engineering K3. We'll talk about that in a second. We do some prototyping, such as the Zero G Mercury 1, which was built under a closed beta. And we do some standard 3D prints as well. So welcome on in, everybody. Um, yeah, so the NX Engineering K3, the back panel is off simply because I'm replacing one of the stock slide pack cover pieces with a piece that'll have a PTFE tube and a spot for it. So I'm just trying to get this done in front of the show. That's all that's going on right there. It's just replacing one of the panel pieces. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. I've been doing a little bit of work on our setup here. We've got, what do we have? We've got successful prints. See that we have had some successful prints. The 3-color print. Still going to be working on this a little bit here and there. I've been working on doing some basic, like not happy yet with the print. And yeah, let's put it this way. After calibrating E-steps and then doing the test that I just did for the extrusion multiplier, I have my extrusion multiplier set to like 0.775 starting point. So, big nozzle over extrusion. Can't figure out the first layer height. It's bubble around. But other than that, we're printing, we're pushing plastic. I have seen some weirdness here and there. Um, Such as I've homed it. I'll tell it to start a print. And for whatever move on its travel move to come over here to start the bed mesh, it will actually slam against the side and skip a step, in which case I immediately stop the printer. But I think it's just basic accelerations and stuff like that to start with that just need to be like, I'm also right now ramping the print speeds way down. Just because nothing against Chris's profile, but the base profile that Chris gave me is based on his build and his printer's mechanics and all of that. So it's just more or less to the fact of this is a new build, kind of like the VZ bot. It's a new build. Don't run it at Bezos speeds that have been tuned for his build. You know, that's kind of where we're at. And I may go in here and turn acceleration. Folks, 1 second. I'm going to step right off screen. Right back. Sorry about that. My allergies. Well, my allergies have been going nuts. But early in the morning, when you go from horizontal to vertical, all of a sudden your sinuses decide to drain on you. So yeah, I may have to you a couple of times this morning just to deal with sinuses. But yeah, so that's one of the things. I've done some tweaking with the positions of where these clips are at. And I was also moving around the motor here. And I realized that I have it facing the, yeah. When I first started, the wires were facing out towards the back. And it keeps catching. And I'm afraid I'm going to rip one of these wires out on cable chain. So I turned it to the inside. And the last time I went in there and played with it, apparently I turned it to the outside. Probably not good either because it still catches on. So what I think I'm going to do is turn that around again. Um, these are some fairly little screws. And once again, this would be why we don't have these side panels on the printer yet. Make it easier to do things like this as we're having to tweak the initial um, printer calibration. That now I can take this off, put it back on without impacting anything else in the kinematics. What I'm taking off is the motor that locks the head. All I need to do is make sure that we still have smooth movement when we engage the worm drive. This is round. IBs, tabletop. Touches. I'm not worried about getting it out of step with it. What I'm going to do is I will run a home sequence on full lock. I'm going to verify that I'm not binding motor. Which it is, I mean, it is possible to bind this motor. Um, Good news is the motor just not the good. Motor will stall out. Ever played with a black box, or not a black box, a baby belt fits worm drive, you'll know that if the gears are too tight or if they're not positioned and aligned right, um, it's just no working. So, so this is a 8 motor, and it uses, I think these are either 2.5 or 2 millimeter screws, or M2 or M2.5 screws. So, kind of a pain. They're kind of small and fiddly. But what I'd be able to do right now is what I'd be able to do right now is just run the that one, this one. One second, folks, and let me see if I can get that camera back. Um, and of course, OBS says no, you cannot bring in video source. Oh no, it did. Awesome. There we go. So basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be checking worm drive motor here. All I'm going to do is home it. Seems to be running pretty smoothly and quietly. There's no binding. So we're good. And I got my wires moved around to where hopefully they're not going to be catching on anything. Also, when you do the home sequence, the bed moves really, really slow. If your bed's down here like it is right now, and you can move it with the quick jog movements, save yourself a little bit of time. Slice this file with new filament settings. Okay, see what I'm doing. Um, so we're using Prusa Slicer right now, and this is the default profile that not for the default printer settings that come from KB3D. The only thing I did was extruders, um, and change each nozzle diameter point. And pretty much it as far as the goes. The filament settings, I just updated Extrusion Multiplier based on the test that I was just running Orca Slicer, and I am trying to build an Orca Slicer profile for this. Um, do here, just piece. You want to just add an addition to it, say the semi tube, and mat over to our knobs, upload a G file, grab that file, and we'll be able to get started. Now, I've got all three hot ends already going, and the heater is going. So started. Good morning, Glendon. How's it going? So I was noticing I was having to do a lot of corrections to the print height yesterday. And I was like, something's wrong. I'm chasing something that's really weird. So I went back into the manual and redid the Z offsets for everything and got it dialed back in. So that part's pretty good. See, this is the issue that I keep having. So that just came over here, and one, it stopped short on the Y, and two, it drove all the way to the front, which is X, because this is X, this is Y. So I'm not sure why it keeps doing that. I'm gonna have to talk to Chris about that, um, and see if we can figure that out when we're at MRRF. Because it shouldn't be anything in the slicer, because now it does this. Back to dual. Once again, I think it's the accelerations that are set in the base file, or what I'm going to have to change those things down. I would rather have, that's what it was supposed to do, rather have accurate movement rather than all out speed at this point, especially when you're first to. We have an ad break going on. Yes, welcome in everybody. Glad that you're here today. We're going to do some more printing. Um, like I said, on our initial prints over, this was our very first printer. Looks good, but it's got a lot of over extrusion. Um, this was one of the last prints that we. Once again, it looks good, but heavily over extruded. And so, and I made comments that these were printed without any tuning, right? It was just, can we push plastic, yes or no? And the answer to that was yes, we could push plastic. Now we're going to start into and extrusion multiplier. So, or I'm sorry, not extrusion multiplier, but E-steps. There's technically only one extruder, even though it picks up a different set of gears for each tool head. So we're setting our E-steps once from a mechanical perspective. Okay? Then we I realized it, like we're printing error because tool head. What the heck happened there? Kinematics are working. I still haven't figured out why cancel print does not pick up the cancel macro that I created. So let's drop that down. Yeah, actually, shenanigans. We pushed plastic last stream. So we did get plastic. We are heavily over extruded here. There was no tuning. Just are we pushing? Thank you, Liz. I like this shirt. It's nice and soft. I really, really hope the fourth wall t-shirts are this type of material versus a heavier cotton-based material. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it to go pick up tool 1. That is not in the right place. So something was drastically. So this is where I am trying to get used to RepRap firmware. Obviously, it has lost position somewhere, and I don't know why or how. Like there's weirdness going on here, and I don't know because I don't think it's anything mechanical. Because well, we printed mechanics see well. I'm just trying to figure out why it feels the need like lose its position. And how to do a tool change. Print all. Yeah, on screen celebration. Thank you, my friend. Yes, let's go. Let's go. But yeah, this is definitely a new experience dealing with the tool changer, also dealing with RepRap firmware. I don't know if I did like a Voron tap changer or something, and I was using a flipper that I was more familiar with. It would not. Fed, which I don't know if you guys can tell, I got rid of some of the flickering. Um, it is a frequency setting that you add in, and I'll show you guys where I did that. And you have a PWM cycle time that you can put in Clipper to deal with and adjust for the frequency, whether you're US or Europe, dealing with 230 versus 120. And what that allows you to do is set your PWM cycle for your bed SSR, because that's what's pulling at the 110 voltage on the circuit that your lights are on. Now, incandescent bulbs doesn't affect so much. But if you're doing LED, like most new construction in modern housing, everybody's switching to lower energy LEDs. Um, they'll do a strobe effect every time that PWM drops the current in the circuit. So there is a play. Um, there is a setting set up with heaters. So this is our heater. This is our first heater here. And the first line, we're defining the second line, define what heater we're going to be, or what heater it is. We tell it this pen is associated with heater. This Q60 is the PWM frequency. So we're setting it to a 60 hertz frequency because that's what we have here, 120 volt, 60 hertz phase. And I am getting a little bit of blobbing, so I'm still having to work on the wipe position of the little wipe things. Once I get that dialed in, it should kick off that first little blob real fast. The fact that it does it right in the middle of the bed, gotta work. I've got to tweak that macro. This one. Yep, there. Yeah, right now it's just a matter of trying to swap some things to the deal with the macros, and I just peeled that up. Trying once again to get a blob out. So you see the blue blob there? So it just moved the tool over there, and that's the initial blob purge. And so I just ripped up the bottom layer of the red, trying to get the little blob out. Looking at flow rate looks better, but it still looks like a little low on our layer height. So before I stop this, because I will want to stop this, probably mess up. And that's going to be a mess. That did not catch that tool head enough. So that tool head's just going to wibble wobble around. Once again, not sure why that just happened. Bobbage. So it's little inconsistencies like that that are happening. And I'm not sure if it's related to the actual, like, is it something in the configuration setting? Is it, yeah, I'm just not sure where it's getting that inconsistency. Is it the fact that I'm running a Raspberry Pi as a separate host instead of running Duet web interface directly off the Duet board? I don't think that would be an issue, but God only knows. So I think what I want to do real, and I'm going to try and adjust these wipers so that they're more effective. Find my, what the heck did I just do with the, oh, it's over here. And I find it. Hey, Captain Mike Michelow. Okay, welcome on in. Thank you for the first time chat. Thank you for the follow. So we are working with our Blackbox tool change. It is a 5-head tool changing system. And we're just trying to do some tweaks. We finally were able to push plastic recently. And so now all we're doing is trying to make little tweaks here and there. Yep, I am wearing a Pezliz shirt today. I tend to wear my shirts and wear KB3D shirts to sponsor my channel and the build. But, I also really like to support all of my community members. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to raise these up. We have the ability to adjust these some. So I'm just going to loosen these screws, push our silicone up some more so that it'll actually more effectively wipe our nozzle as it docks and undocks. That's all I'm going to do across the board. I adjusted this one yesterday fairly well now. I also wound up taking the E3D V6 silicone sock off that one because I was finding that it was actually dragging the sock. The sock was not staying on it, and so it keeps kind of sagging off the front and back and catching on the build plate, which leads to other mechanical problems. And so I'm like, okay, I'm just going to take the sock off and we'll deal with it not being. It is a I think a 60-watt heater on a nickel-plated copper hot block, so I don't have to worry about it like shock cool. Hey, Ben Wilkes, welcome on in. Yep, I am snazzy. I have dressed up today, wearing the good old Pezliz stuff. He is staying on top of all of us and reminding us that the deadline for Midwest Rip Rap Festival is coming up quick. So we have to finish all of our projects like this one and get them printing tuned before we put them in a car, drive them across country, and then put them on some of the ricketiest tables that are on demand, and then hope that they still print decent. And honestly, I've ordered a Duet accelerometer, the nozzle accelerometer that'll mount to spool heads. And I'm pretty sure there's only one input shaper, I'll say setting. It's not like a per tool head setting. It's one for the printer overall. So I think doing it on the one of the Revo tool heads is going to be the easiest because, well, it's 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 a nozzle based accelerometer, so you have to take the nozzle off and mount it to the actual nozzle, and it's going to be a lot easier to do that on a Revo, which is hand tightened cold, versus the E3D V6 hot end, where you'd have to heat it up, um, purge out any filament, um, run the or pull the nozzle, then install your ADXL, put the nozzle back on, hot tighten it, run your ADXL or your input shaper, and then reverse everything. Very time consuming, and I think doing it with a Revo hot end is easier, quicker, faster. But if I go to do that at the show after I get that accelerometer, then it's going to be something that will be a learning experience for everybody and all black box users, but also be something I'll probably wind up having to do on the concrete floor of the venue, because running input shaper, like I said, on these old, long time used folding tables, probably not going to give you the best result. And once again, I don't have any filament loaded in these last two. I've only got 3 spools currently loaded up, and that's just really a space limitation. I just pulled the printer forward and made a little bit of room. But why 4 Revos and 1 non? Um, because I'm a glutton for punishment, and I wanted to have the ability to test out additional nozzles, right? So the quick change Revo system is great, and I am going to use that to its full effect. I love my Revos. Don't get me wrong. Also, all 4 of the Revos have the high flow heater cords, so that they're um, the higher wattage heater cord, and would allow me to run a a high flow obsidian if I wanted to, which I would not suggest running a high flow obsidian with a filled filament like a carbon fiber or glass filled. Not necessarily from an abrasion perspective on the internal working, but just from a you have uh, additives in the filament, and you're trying to push those through the 4-way split in the tool head, and it increases the chance for lack of. Get close. We'll come up here and we'll. I mean, right now there is um, it's a Spiceworks engine 0.6 gamma nozzle on the in tool 0. The others are 0.6 standard obsidian, and it was really just a choice by me to do the E3D. Had the option of swapping out different nozzles. You have a couple of slice engineers, as well as a couple of undertakers in home. Back in here, job will attempt to run our job more time. Hopefully we don't run into any blob issue. Um, so if I don't pick the blob out, then it's going to cause a problem with the print. As it hits that blob, it's now cooled off. It's going to bounce the hot in and throw the Z. If I try and peel it off, um, depending on where that blob hits, it's going to interfere with already laid down layer, and I'll do like what I did and blob off. Now, from what I can tell, I only run into that issue on the very first uh, tool head change. So now I've got 5 populated tool heads. Maybe 3D Chris is only running a single, I'm sorry, 2 heads. So yeah, he's running things a little bit different. He still hasn't populated all of them out. Got really good results on 2. That's why I'm just sticking with, okay, I've got 5 tool heads here, but right now I'm just trying to get viability out of 2 to 3 tool heads to get started. And then as I get more familiar with the machine, I trust it more. Right now it's this. Then I will go ahead and start doing full 5 color. Accelerations has on 4,000. Not sure. It doesn't. 4,000 is not a high number. But that's the only thing I can think of is to apply it shipping is the high acceleration. Hey Timor, welcome out in. We are just continuing to test some things out. Since the last stream, I've printed another one of the um, test tests, test prints. We're going to do another one here as well. I can tell on both of those that I was severely over extruding. And so what I'm doing now is I've tuned the output a little bit. I have retuned the layer height and I have done the steps as well as been working on the extrusion multiplier for polymaker filament. And I got some weird bubbling down there. This. So the way the tool chain macro goes is it returns to the last position. So wherever the previous tool was at when it initiates the tool chain, where it goes with the next tool. That's why we're it comes right back to the center of the print, so blobs blob right in the sticks. I feel like we're still way high and over, not necessarily over extruding, but not way high. We're way low, causing over. So from a toolpath efficiency perspective, I do like that it understands like, okay, I've got gray on this layer, and then on the next layer, I'm going to need the gray again. So it goes ahead and keeps the gray and runs the gray section for that next layer. Then it will come back and work its way back through. Hey, Rodney Mac, welcome in. Okay, and so that is an issue. Stop that. Drop this down. Lock that tool. Relock the. So, whatever reason, it didn't pick that tool up. Should be able to recover that. You have to be on the spot when you notice that happen. Hey, Zombie, how's it going? Yep, it's one black box. It is all black. So what I'm finding is I feel like I have the need to slow down the accelerations and stuff because I think that's where it's having some issues is just on the accelerations. Yeah, it's a really neat printer. The build was pretty good. Um, the wiring harness and the fact that I had to build my own wiring harness to keep the build going stunk, but luckily I was able to do that. So would be Steve Builds, but I think Steve Builds is waiting on a wiring harness just so that he can validate the wiring harness for Chris. And all I've done on this so far from a tuning perspective has been first layer height and um, E steps and extrusion multiplier. So there's still more tuning that needs to happen. I need to tune pressure advance. I need to tune uh, input shaper, things like that, which will happen. I'm going to continue, like, this is going to stay on the bench until next week when I take it off to bring it to Midwest Riprap. And I'm not going to, I may go through and do initial input shaper via the print, but I did order the ADXL, the Duet ADXL that mounts to the nozzle. And Chris is going to bring that to MRRF for me. So we can actually do true input shaper using the RepRap firmware way of doing things. Um, I would like to see more dual tool or two tool head, but not necessarily IDEX because IDEX runs into its own issues, and I would like to. I don't know. There's a part of me that would just rather see tool change. Um, Now on this particular tool changer, as you can notice, it's one extruder motor that's on the X gantry, and it interfaces with the gearing that's in each tool head. Where the cell changer that Zombie Hedgehog was building was individual, fully built up tool heads with cooling fans and extruders, the whole 9 yards, which does wind up making it more expensive per tool head. Um, but it also allows you to calibrate everything on a per tool head basis. Good morning, Creatix Brit. How are you doing? Welcome on in. So we do have a flaw going on this print from the very first layer, but I'm just letting it run. Um, Partly to see if it's going to cause any issue, and partly to make sure that the file itself is good. Oh yeah, the from what I've seen, the Bamboo Labs has been the easiest. Well, Bamboo Labs AMS has been great. The Prusa Mark IV with the MMU3 has been fabulous. It is a whole other level of ease compared to an MMU2 on a Mark III. Um, so I really enjoy the Prusa Mark IV with the MMU3, and because it does have the input shaper profile, and then you have the Bamboo Labs, of which, of course, I've got two now. So I'm really enjoying those as well. My question is software. Any changes to the design? Um, Looks like your maker chips will be delivered to Tech Jeeper today, so they nice. Um, yeah, I just got notification, and I am hoping that it is like the new mask and stuff I ordered for my CPAP, and not a shipment notification of my Ember Prototypes Digital Dragon heat bed or build plate, because it's supposed to get here Thursday evening, which would be sad day because that means I wouldn't have the Digital Dragon build plate for Midwest Rip Rap Fest, which I would really like to have, and really like to have on this printer. Um, the There are new versions of these that just lower them down slightly. That was part of my problem on the other stream. Let me grab one of them. Show you what what I made. Um, so as you can tell, there is some warpage there. That is where the heat blocks on, in this case, the Revo, were contacting this polycarbonate carbon fiber and melting it over. It also means that it was binding on the wiper, and the wiper was tilting the tool head, the bottom of the tool head out some. So Steve Builds noticed that and had already designed one that was like 2 or 3 millimeters lower. So I printed those out on the other stream and installed those. And those are working great. It lets me actually raise and lower the stoppers, and I'm not experiencing any melt issues so far on the prints. Um, I submitted a little block for the bottom deck panel just to provide some support to it, um, which made it a lot more rigid, especially in the backside of the printer. And then um, these little these guys here, right? These are here to prevent. So in the original design, you're running your PTFE tube down and almost doing like an immediate 90 right underneath the aluminum extrusion. And there's no way you're going to do that sustainably over time without inking a 3 millimeter inside diameter. So I talked with Chris. He designed this up. I'm the first one to have this on the printer. I believe he's made that mod to his. And the nice thing is that's going to make the panels a lot easier to cut and a lot faster to cut because you won't have as many holes into it like filament tubes and that. I also made a suggestion the other day about the deck panels. Right now, most of the deck panel cuts are, I'll say, like rectangular cutouts to go around like the belts and the D-axis carriages, except for the counterweight belt system. It does this really neat convoluted cutout that makes it more of a pain in the butt to get the panel out because you have to push the cables together like a belt, like if you're familiar with a Voron 2.4 and the Z belt covers at the bottom. You have to push the belt together, slide them in, turn them around, and it's not that hard to install, but it's a pain in the butt for maintenance. Same thing here. So I was telling Chris, I'm like, it's an interior panel. Heat's going to travel up versus down. Just make it a square cutout. Make it easier to get deck panels out if you have to go and mess with electronics. So I think he's going to make that change in the future. But yeah, other than that, this is pretty darn close. I have made some changes to the system config file. Hey, zombie, looking cool, dude, looking cool. And I sent those changes over to KB3D yesterday. One of those changes is the fact that the base config he sent me, the cooling fan for the water cooling radiator is not on. It's defined, but it is never called out. No, I take that back. It wasn't defined. So it's on a separate pin, which is not an always-on configuration from a I'll say a mechanical or electrical wiring standpoint. So there was never anything that defined the pin so that the software could control it. So I've added that in. I think pretty much everything else after that is stuff that you would change anyhow as you go through the calibration process, right? So long-winded way to say not too much, especially since this is the first full kit prototype out of KB3D. Because even there were revisions between what he used to build his and what I used. So, whoosh. Oh. Yeah, you're never late, MakerMind Nexus. It's early in the morning. You're an hour behind me, so I start at 10, which would be 9 o'clock your time. Now I'll be the first to admit that I may have hit snooze a couple of times this week. That's also because I was playing around with this at 2. So the drag chain is a little floppy, but you've got to remember the cooling tube is relatively stiff, and then it's filled with water. So that's what's happening is this tube, as it comes to do this service loop, is what's pushing this down some. The other thing is with the lights, I I'm going to talk to Chris and maybe not do as many lights. Um, just because it is getting in the way. The tool chain is hitting these lights as it comes over. If we could drop the lights down some, like instead of them being mounted at the top of the extrusion, if we mount them at the bottom of the extrusion, number one, I think it's going to help you from eyesight wise from the top of the printer, but also it'll get it out of the way of the drag chain as it's coming over, and it'll ride up on the curved edge of the file rather than catching the sharper edge of the light stick. The ERCFA V2 is downstairs. It's still on the printer. I will say I'm running it in bypass mode right now, which means I'm literally bypassing it, and I've got a config. I've got the original config in there, so um, what I can do is as I go to test it, I just change the printer.config file to, I'll say standalone, and I'll have one that's named as ERCFA. So I'll name the printer config to printerconfig.standalone, and then rename printer config ERCFA as printerconfig.cfg. And now I can play around and tune with the ERCFA. The ERCFA has been kind of put on hold at the moment. I need to get in and tune the filament changes, but that is on a heavy machine, wieldy machine, carry up and down the stairs, and right now it's downstairs. When I get back from Midwest Rep Rap Festival, I am probably going to print the parts and build one of the other two kits I have and put it up here on one of the other printers that is smaller that I can test with. Because I do have people on YouTube, including somebody from France, that is wanting to see the tuning process. But right now, it was just trying to get the VZBot done and this printer done for Midwest Rep Rap Festival because I had committed to bringing both of them. But we will revisit the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder. We're also going to rebuild the trad rack and get that on the Annex engine. So we'll be able to compare and contrast against Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder, the trad rack, the MMU3, the Bamboo Labs AMS, and the Blackbox tool changer. So we'll be able to look at things like print quality. We'll be able to look at waste, print time. Like Zombie showed a print the other day. I think it was the capacitor koozie. I can't remember who made it, Zombie, so feel free to let people know. But running it on the AMS with the filament changing and the poop that the AMS does compared to the tool changer where we're not doing poop, we're not doing a lot of purge, we're doing very little purge white tower over here because I'm not trying to clean the nozzle out, I'm just trying to prime the nozzle, right? So there's a lot less waste, which also means a lot less time between filament swaps, right? So he was able to cut that print down by several hours. Not completely in half, I don't think, but it was definitely like several hours saved in print time. Yes, you will see this at MRRF. It is coming to the show. So the print is done and it just moved itself to the back. This is the print part position. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the very first print that we did on the printer, set it next to that, bring the camera around so that we can take a look at one on the left is the very first print. It's heavily over extruded, which was weird because the E steps, when I first checked the E steps, instead of moving 100, I was moving 90. So I set the E steps correctly and then tuned the extrusion multiplier for this. And I've got the extrusion multiplier down to 0.7, was it 0.775? Now, mind you, this first one over here was also a 0.4 line width through a 0.6 nozzle. So the extruder was, say, technically under extruding, but the extrusion multiplier was so high that it was still coming out looking. This is, I'm starting to get it dialed in. Still have longer or more to go. I think so you can tell by the way that this is beating up over here that I'm still too low on my first layer squish, which is translating to the top of the model and why this peeled up on the edge here. So my first layer, probably still not the best. And yes, I did just bend this because the bed was still hot. But first layer is still way over squished. You can see layer lines, but it's way over squished, even on a still trying to tweak in the overall first layer squish on this as well. But not bad. And it may be that I decide to run a 0.6 physical nozzle with a 0.4 wall width and stuff just to get better prints. So it also, I mean, the whole point about running the bigger nozzle is to be able to run faster, thicker layers and stuff like that. So I've really got to figure out how to dial in this 0.6 nozzle bed. I mean, bed adhesion's good when you slam it down there hard. This is what I'll mean by my first layers are really good. They're sticking and bonding together. But if I put this up to the light, you can also see how translucent it is. Like you can literally see through that first layer. That's what I'm saying. I'm still trying to dial in that first layer height some. Got it raised up 0.14 millimeters right now. I'm not going to change the main Z offset just yet. I want to, so mentally we're at 0.14. While I have the print head out of the way, I'm going to go ahead and drop the, wanted to drop the bed. I wanted to clean the bed, so I guess I'll home it. I'll drop the bed down so that I can clean the bed with some isopropyl all over it. Yeah, exactly, Pat. So we're leaving Thursday, and that's where I was like, oh, crud, because there's a package that's supposed to show up from UPS on Thursday now, which annoys me. My build plate from Ember Prototype should have been here by now, but it still hasn't arrived. Um, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it will arrive before Midwestern. If it doesn't, it's going to be a sad day because I really, really wanted the Digital Dragon branded build plate on here at the show. But such is life. I was trying to get one for Rocky Mountain, and timing wise, just didn't happen. Completely on my end, I failed to get my files uploaded and ordered. So that's not Phil's issue. That's a Digital Dragon issue. So I was hoping to have it in time for MRRF. Technically, it should have been sent out in enough time to get here. I'm just not getting any updates from ChitChat, which is a mailing company in Canada. And it says for more tracking information, go to USPS. And ChitChat says it's on the way. USPS says it's still waiting for it to arrive in Blaine, Washington. So I don't know what the deal is there, but yeah, it's no bueno one way or the other. So once again, I'm going to home all. I've got one spot here where if I ever get the print to go over that line, I might get the rest of the layout. Like right. Not too bad. Okay, so let's rerun this again. And see if we can't get our first layer offset set up right. So we have an ad break that just started. Bamboos, do I see an X1 and a P1S? X1C from MRRF, X1C a couple of weeks ago. The Ender XY is currently over here. It's going to get some life revived into it. We're going to play with that again. The TiVo Tarantula is going to get completely rebuilt into special down. The NX Engineering K3, the back panel's off simply because I'm replacing one of the plates to add a. I need to. Apparently, I thought I had one, but I didn't. I need to get an M10 pass-through PTFE fitting, and then got a Ethernet jack there. So I need to get that done so that this can head over to MRRF with us. Um, the Mark IV has been down here. The only reason it's not running more um, coins right now is because I noticed that I'm almost out of black, so I'm going to have to grab another roll of black and swap it out mid-print when it runs out. So that's just over on this side. Bay Dragon's here. Kyber Dragon got moved down, and the corner is the VZ bot. Getting ready to pull that out. I should have a couple of new parts for it. The CNC handles and the CNC front cross braces should be in this week, like today or Monday. And so I'll pull that out and I'll make those adjustments and I'll tighten that belt that loops up before we come to the show. And I did print this. I'm not sure if I'm going to add it before the show or not, but this is a top hat riser so that you can mount this with screws on the four corners. I just have to tap the upper extrusions. This would go on, then your top plate goes on, and it gives you more room for your bone tube and stuff so you don't mar up the top panel as much. But yeah, and for those of you that may have caught sight of it, people keep showing these things like almost empty. Like, come on, people. And this isn't all of them. I've got two of the like travel cases with the was it 5 sleeves? Um, I've got 3 of those filled as well. So I think I'll have maker coins for MRRF, potentially even for MRRF already. Uh, okay, whatever reason we are way too low, and we are actually not extruding anything because of that. Slides on there, good. So this is something I need to talk to Chris about as well, is we just did a print. We just did a new bed mesh, and all of a sudden now we're, no change in the offset, and we're driving right on the top of the nozzle. Don't get it. Chips. Yeah, I'm pumped to give you a hug too there, Dan. Yeah, so I'm not sure why it does that. Why it seems like the offset gets so jacked between prints. It shouldn't. I didn't save anything. If anything, I raised the print up, or I increased the gap on the last print. So you would think that it would account for an increased gap. I don't know. Don't know. Who's it? Hey, Royal Nomi, welcome on in. Good Saturday morning to you. So, by the way, for those of you that are just now coming in, how do you like the new banner at the top to get rid of some of the white space at the top of my wall until I get a real banner that I can hang up between? But I thought, okay, what I missed, team. Yep, challenge coins. That is true. That is very true. Challenge coins will get you in trouble quick. Well, yes, this banner is thanks to Karen Chow, who showed it off on her stream. I want to say Tuesday or Wednesday. I can't remember. Days are starting to blend on me again. Um, and the subscribes, follows, and stuff like that should be moved over here. But this is a standard banner from I think Own 3D. So I have to play with that some more to try and get it restacked um, for this top right corner to give me a little bit more room here. I thought about just moving it up and over like that, but then I felt like that may impede and distract from the banner. I don't know. Got him over here. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Um, but yeah, we'll still play around with that. So yeah, and once again, Karen Chow just sent it to me and said, I feel bad because of the big white space up here. So here's a couple of things that you can do. And I was like, oh my God, that is awesome. You know, completely unbidden. Um, you know, not asked, but just simply provided. That is so once again, we're going to try and reprint that print and see if our the offsets hold true, or I don't know. Don't know what's going on. Um, yeah, it can stack on the right. The thing is I've got to figure out how to break that banner apart because it's a banner from it's a pre-made banner from I think Own 3D. And see what I mean? It just came over and slammed into the side, which means it lost steps, and the position's going. I did the stop there, and I'm going to come in here, go into the config, real come to the acceleration. Got accelerations of 4,000 for now. I'm going to drop it down to 2. See if I can get some of the craziness out of those movements. Maximum speeds of 30,000 millimeters per. So once again, careful there. millimeters per minute, not millimeters per second like others. So understand what that is. Not too worried about that. Worried about the machine limits that are set in here with the, and I hope they're not pulled in from, like, I hope that the slicer config is not overriding some of that as well. Like, I still think print speed's a little fast on this. Once again, I'm not tuned yet as far as input shaper, pressure advance, things like that. I've just barely started any tuning on this printer. And that tuning so far has just been key steps and extrusion multiplier. Right, so there's quite a bit more tuning to go on this printer. Like I said, hopefully the G codes not overriding the set acceleration. Looks like it's whipping real fast again, then we'll have to go and reslice the file. Because RepRap firmware does do everything by G code. No like little Python macros going on in the background that I'm aware of, like you would get with some things on Clippers. So yeah, MakerMind Nexus. So what I'm doing is we've had some initial discussions, me and Mr. Dragon, and when we get back from MRRF, we're going to be looking at creating business. So I just need to figure out what that name's going to be and whether or not I'm going to brand this as like, you know, the Dragon Den printing. What, you know, I've just got to figure out what my branding's going to be and whether or not that overall logo is going to change before I spend money on a banner. I don't want to spend money on a banner and then change a bunch of stuff. One thing to also note on your plugins here, there's a few pre-built plugins that you can start and stop. One of those is input shaping. So once again, I did order a ADXL, a Duet ADXL from KB3D, and he's going to be bringing that to the show for me. Something's up. I think I might actually have enough. Should be good. Oh yeah. We got something clogged up there. And I'm going to go as far as say now that we've probably dug a nice spot in this filament. What do I want to do? Trying to figure or think about what's the easiest way of trying to get that filament out and then try and work the clog. Let me. Okay, we're not going forward. We're not going back. And I'm thumping here. Now I'm wondering if the. Come on, darn. Gears aren't meshed. Come on. Finish. Got to finish one thing before it does the other. Okay. See. Brush go. Brush, brush, brush. Good brush. Full head is still hot, so I need to keep it up against something. Otherwise, it could heat up too much. Okay, brushed off, and if needed, grab one of our needles to see if we can get this unclogged or if it's going to take a little bit of surgery. So I got decently in there, but like I said, I think what we're going to have right now is it may wind up being that the um, filament has now ground in the gears. Put on. So once again, this is just the joys of a new printer. I mean, this happens. We've all done it, right? We've all done it. We've clogged nozzles. Just have to work our way through the problem. and not grab hold of the hot block as we're trying to. By the way, that's a little painful. Fine. See if we can't release the idler. Once again, we've got the tool is turned on and hot. Why I burnt myself. So I need to be able to open the idler, try and get the pressure off of filament so that we can try and remove the filament and fully clear whatever clog we have going on here. That one's tires off the side out of the way. Door. Physically letting me pull it back, which means I do have a filament in the extruder itself, or not in the extruder, down in the hot block that got pulled out and solidified in the heat break. So that's going to be part of my issue. How the tube can come out. And what I'm going to have to do is use my the plastic plow type thing here and see if we can't get this pushed through. Otherwise, we'll bypass this first one and go into our revos. I mean, I see the tip, I see where I'm at, but I'm not getting it to go one way or the other. So this may be a longer term, not on stream fix because I do that. So the issue that I have now is the clog is in the heat break, which would be like the cold zone. I wonder wonder, my thought process is basically keep the tool off of the plate and keep the heat going, basically induce heat creep. I'm not sure if I can get in there with pliers to try and pull it out. A lot of people coming in from MakerDeck. Sweet. Does PezLiv does PezLiv have anything to do with that? So what I'm trying to do right now is clear a jam. I've got filament that is stuck in the heat break. And yeah, right now I'm working at the extruder gear. And I'm trying to be somewhat careful because my heaters are currently turned on. And I'm not attached to the water block, which means this heater block and this the cooling plate starting to warm up. So what I've got is I'm trying to be lazy and not have to take the tool head apart to do this, because if I take the tool head apart, then at the very least, I'm going to have to redo every bit of tuning that is related to tool head 0. So basically, I'm being lazy, trying to see if I could get this jam cleared without taking tool head itself apart. Because if I can, then, well, then I don't have to redo all the calibrations. If I can't, then I'm going to have to redo a bunch of calibration, which I know is not a proper excuse for doing what I'm doing. And I also really, really, really do not want to take apart a fixed tool head. So it'd be easy enough to just I was going to say swap the position of this tool head, but I wouldn't even do that. I would just take quote unquote bypass tool head 0, the sliced file, and just go with all my yeah, the issue is my blockage is right in the middle of the cooling block. So I had to retract it back into the cooling block, and so it have a blob that cooled in the cooling block. And so what I'm trying to do is basically induce heat creep by holding this at temperature off of the cooling block. so that it soaks. I could probably come and increase this. So I'm trying to get the filament more molten up in that tool block zone so that I can push through it without having to take, because if I take this whole tool head apart, then I'm rebuilding it and doing a lot of recalibration that I really don't want to. I will if I need to, but hey, Epic Man 340, welcome on in. Just let me change the, you guys can actually see a little bit more. So what's going on is we've got a bit of filament that's lodged right in this big block area here. This block area here is what is in the cold zone that's wicking away um, the heat to prevent heat creep from coming in. Right now, what I'm trying to induce so that I can push that blockage through. I think I just got. There we go. Sure if you can see that, but got some good ooze there. There was our blockage. See where it's thick right there? So that was our blockage. Oh, now that that's cleared out, put this back on. Lock the tool and bring us back down to 200. If you do not have one, highly suggest one of these. This is a precision ground. This is like 1.7, either 165 or 1.7 millimeter. With you can get them with a set that I've got is a pointed tip and a set of flat tips. Um, Manual purging, exactly. That's exactly what I just did, Epic Man. And I want to say this is a, I've got a plastic pusher, but I think this is one from, I got from TH3D, I believe. Um, yeah. But like I said, you can see right there where it gets thick and nasty. That was the blob. And as soon as I got that out, pushing the rest of it out was easy. Now, what we need to do is just get our filament tube and filament back in. Get our thing closed back. I'm going to get the filament roll. Actually, filament through and put a point on it instead of a straight edge. Putting a little bit here. Thank you for the follow, Druid VR. We're doing a tad bit of troubleshooting right now. Bear with us. We had a fairly significant nozzle, or not nozzle, but clog in the filament path itself. having this is literally an issue with filament getting into the path and down into the extruder gears. Get it past the lip that it loaded again. Pezliz told you to come so I can put you to sleep. Yeah, Pezliz has a tendency to do dishes, take naps, drink coffee, because we all drink coffee in the Dragon's Den, by the way. That is we'll almost call that a requirement. Not a real requirement. What the dealio there. But let me see if I can get it extrude. Just got up, you're up until 3 a.m. Yeah, I feel you there, Daddy Wazzy. So the issue I'm having is I am getting caught just trying to get into, say, the filament path sense. Like a tiny lip filament has to go through to get into the down into the extruder, and that's what I'm fighting with. Okay, filament loaded. Get our tensioner back on. That there, and I do need to put another zip tie here to hold these wires up against the stainless steel spring wire. Keep the so this particular heater, I need to what I really need to do is cut the wires down some so that they're not as floppy and there's not as much slack in them, because the way this silicone wire is on this particular heater wire, it flops out and will catch on the next spool head and cause an issue. So we've got that in. We need this back around. And that, folks, is how you clear a nozzle on your tool head. Now let's hope that we don't have any more. Run some filament through. Filament coming out again. As noticed in this camera, filament coming out, which is good. That's what we wanted. Apparently still coming out. So we're drinking some Dunkin' Donuts coffee right now. I tend to drink a lot of Black Rifle Coffee Company coffees. They're a veteran-owned business, and being a veteran, I like to pay it forward with some vets that are doing their own businesses. That, and I especially like companies like that that will, when you buy um, stuff on their subscription service, they also will send they'll send coffee downrange or to our troops or to our first responders. So other, I know there's a few companies that do things like that. So all right, so tool one is, or tool zero is back in action now. Everything's nice and toasty still. Tool one is active. The job is stop the job. Job is still there. Can say resume print. Not sure if we uh, see if we can do the print. And it's going to be a thing. Not sticking to the bed, so it's blobbing on the nozzle. And like I said, I had to take the stock off because it was sagging and dragging. So let's make sure that our nozzle does not get all kerfuffled. Restart this. I'll put tool one back. And it steps. Good. Okay. Come on. Final. Come on. We're going to figure this thing out. Yes, this fat boy is the black box by, well, I was going to say KB3D. It's not KB3D. I think it was Airshift, Air XYZ. I can't remember the guy's name that created it. But this is the black box tool changer. Is a open source community tool changer. Um, so yeah, it's a great little system. Learn my lesson and not kick all my heaters on at the same time because I may actually kick the power breaker if I do. Thanks for the alert, Druid. I appreciate that. Tim the Sorcerer the Third. Welcome on in. Doing good, doing good. How are you doing, mate? We are playing with our black box tool changer, trying to get, still trying to get it tuned. I've been working on tuning in um, the extrusion multipliers and stuff like that, doing basic tuning. Um, and we wound up with a nozzle clog. So trying to solve that. Then we had a tool head crash when it was trying to put a tool away. So working through some issues here and there. Working through some issues. We'll get there though. I did try and go through some mechanics and just slow some things down. The acceleration and stuff is just way too high. I think it might be printing a little bit too fast right now as well. One, from just doing a small print, which is your multiplier print or something, it whips around fairly fast, so it's hard to try and adjust for like a bed level and that, having to D-step. I did just want to try and say reset everything. So we just did a emergency stop, which does a hard reboot reset because for whatever reason our D height is off. I'm getting everything warmed back up. Just did a home to reset our Z-axis system. And I'm going to run the probe tools macro again. See what it comes up with. What that will do is it'll bring it over here and it'll tap the Z probe off of our sex bolt end stop. That sets the new Z datum. Then it's going to pick up all the tools. I think I know what happened there. Oh, cool. Well, thank you for the follow. Okay, let's see. So can we go over and pick tool one, or is it did, but it caught a little. I think my tab is still out in the way just a time. Okay, so it seems like tool one is still hanging up just Now we missed some steps. So this is the thing with tool changers is it's all about consistent movement and calibration. I mean, my movement and calibration is there, but it feels like I keep missing steps. And you would think that homing would solve that, but sometimes not. So all else fails, we do the nuclear option. And we forcibly reboot the host. Preferably we do a reboot, not a shutdown. And you can see that little bit of PLA that's still stuck there. Way too low one of my attempts. So what I'm trying to do is recalibrate and reset my Z offset or verify my Z offset. I just rebooted the Raspberry Pi, which is the SBC for this printer. On a Duet, you can run the Duet web control interface directly off the Duet board, and you wouldn't have to use the Raspberry Pi for anything, save on wiring and stuff like that, but we are running the Raspberry Pi. Now everything is reset. It should be, quote unquote, what the whole now. Should have reloaded all of the config file. I'm going to tell it to come over and pick up tools. And once again, my tool lock unlock failed. And that's the tool lock down here. So even though it homed fine, when it went to pick up the tool, it did not pick up the tool, I'll say correctly. Manually lock it. Now, can I put it away? Again, tool lock, unlock was fine. As far as the homing of the tool locking mechanism. Okay, something is off with that again. When I say again, it's not going all the way back in. So our system got a free. This is the macro for freeing. Is um, do a retract, go to a specific place, point in time, and make sure that this 47.6 I 294 says we're at 247.6 by 294. So yep. Something somewhere. Ah. Okay, so we got an ad break going on. I apologize, folks, for not chatting there for a short bit. I was really just trying to make sure that I don't screw up this big file again, so that as we continue to test this out, hopefully do run this slowly. Have a tool. That's weird. It's picking it up just fine. Still catching ever so slightly on the side there. Really can't make it any tighter, but that's what it's catching on is the knob there. knob. The knob feels like it was full. May have just been the still feels. See, it is really close between these two, or between all the tools, side to side. So if you're off just the tiniest bit, you're gonna catch. I think we're better. There we go. Okay. Um, sorry about that. I'm gonna keep trying here to get this squared away. Get a print done. Get the heat bed heated up a little bit. Let it sit for a second, and then we'll run a I promise you, we have pushed plastic on these. Have done prints, trying to dial those prints in. One of our first prints off of this. We are able to get the tool changes done. It does use a lot less material than, say, a MMU system like the AMS or the Prusa MMU3, or an enraged rabbit carrot feeder where you've got to still do a lot of purging. No need to really purge here. What you're doing is a true priming tower, just trying to prime the nozzle to make sure that there's a good flow of filament. All I'm trying to do right now, heater up to temperature, because what I would like to do, what we were trying to do, is revalidate the offset by doing a probe tools. Probing the ZN stop flex bolt doorknob. Going to come and touch off each of the nozzles. Go to the console, I will see that it's going to do some calculation. Show it, you'll see. Um, does some calculation for the tool offsets. Then it gives me the G10 command that I can enter into um, the actual configuration. Set that datum and looking at these compared to last one I set a couple of these off by a full millimeter or different by a full from what the last one. So I guess if I look at them in the right order, because it puts 0 down here first and look at them in the right order. I'm just going to grab these offsets again, add these in. Don't know why my offset so much between prints. You would think that it wouldn't. You'd think that your bed mesh compensates appropriately. I am on the latest version of Duet firmware. Save that, we're down here into go to .g. Scroll down a little bit. We've got our intersections. Tools. Tools is where we would enter this that we just selected. So tool 4s or 4, we also 9. 2842. I'm going to go in and enter these back in. This is one of the last things to do as part of your calibration steps of the mechanics of the printer, before you can start printing, and just find it interesting. Do this. If it did it the last time, the bed had been soaking for a couple of hours. Kind of the up down cycle with trying to print. That restart. So what is everyone's thoughts? Once again, from a straight color change, I think bamboo kind of has things under wraps. As far as consistent and very much a, I don't know, a point and click to run a bed mesh. Point and click affair as far as the um, color swaps and stuff like that go. It just works, right? Out of the box, it just works. It has a lot of calibration mechanisms built into the software that makes the process easy. Um, Now, this is a little bit more of a tinker's system in the fact that you're going to have to do a lot of calibration, just like you would with a tap changer or a Razor Rabbit carrot feeder, stuff like that. But it's exactly. Bamboo has made a lot of their stuff, like you said, almost like an appliance level easy. And that is if you can make it that easy, then it becomes the next microwave in the house. That's the promise where people can start putting them in their houses and using them as a tool without having to think about it, right? Nobody would want to have to go through this to print like, oh, I need a new TPU foot for my for the chair in my dining room. Okay, I've got the model, and I just make sure I have dry TPU. I load it in my Prusa, and I print the model. Works. Right? I haven't run TPU through my Bamboo just yet, but everything else I've thrown at it, to include Polymaker PA612 carbon fiber, prints beautifully. Right? Granted, I wouldn't be able to run it through the AMS. I'd have to run it through the side, but yeah, but I have a feeling they're going to come out with a larger size. I'm not sure if they'll do 350, but I think they've got that 250-ish, 250-ish. If they go to a 300 by 300, see where that goes, and then go up from there. Or make the 350 more of their prosumer line like the X1E is. That's a possibility. We're going to come into jobs and try our MMU chest piece one more time. Let me actually take a look at this. If it sets like any acceleration twist, sure. Go ahead and make these all three. Home, head max, relative movements, head down, back to absolute movements. Um, Go grab, reset the extruder to tool 0, go grab 0, custom G code once again. Get it some millimeters, coordinates, in, use relative distance, go start extrude. All we changed there was just some tool head temperatures to make it all consistent. Yeah, quite possibly. I would expect them to. I would expect them. Once again, for right now, I'm going to drop the speed factor down when the print starts. Um, yeah. Well, and I'm also curious to see what reality filament system um, comes out as, right? I'm curious to see how well that works. Um, and whether or not it's as seamless as the AMS is. Um, but that's the thing is very few people have those printers yet. So it's kind of hard to figure out like is the is the CMS going to work well? Is it just a they bought a bamboo and reverse engineered everything different name on it, or basically did they take it and make it more compatible with different spools by increasing the say the spool chamber of the AMS a little bit higher by a couple millimeters, and to allow for different spools, because that could be a selling point. Like everybody gets an AMS, and one of the first things they start doing is taking them out and putting in the Hydra mod. I haven't, but um, I see a lot of people doing that. Even in my company, we have a couple of like we'll call them Slack rooms, chat rooms. It's actually WebEx team rooms, and one of them, people are like, "Oh, I just picked up my bamboo, and I'm printing the Hydra mod now." Well, it should be able to work without needing the Hydra mod from the get go. You know, starting to see a little bit too low. Trying to get its legs under. Here we go. Let's go to getting some nice good layer and flow right now. Tried to buy a K2, but it was a circuit. Exactly. So that's the thing that's killing me, Timor, is hey, we've got these out, they're half off. They're half off, but we only have 100 units. And then the next day we'll have, um, 40% off, and we'll release another 100 units. Well, okay, right? And then next day it's 30% off, and we're going to release 200 units. Well, that's great and all. You're getting your numbers out there. You're getting your printers out there, and I know it's a kind of a way to manage the demand on a printer, but it also, from a consumer standpoint, puts a bad taste in our mouth because you're piecemealing the rollout in such a way that people are like, "Oh, a lot of hype. Oh my God, it's been so much hype for weeks." because this printer is going to launch at 50% off. And then it doesn't, you know, the chances of you getting that 50% off on the first day are slim and none. Um, so then it just leaves a bad taste in your mouth because you feel like you were bait and switched, you know? And as Zombie said, you know, you're the beta tester. You are the beta tester because you know those first couple of units are probably going to have issues with them. And you're a free beta tester at a 50% discount of the price, you know? Um, and it just it's leaving a bad taste in my mouth. Like I thought when I went and got my second bamboo, there was a part of me that was like, do I get a K1 Max? Right? They had them there. It would have been cheaper. Yeah, I would have had to have gone and gotten a CMS down the road to see if it was comparable to the bamboo. And at the end of the day, I was like, no, I'm just going to get a bamboo. And it was like, do I get a P1S or do I get another X1C? And I was like, I like the X1C, so why would I get a P1S? Yeah, it's cheaper. It's still got the enclosure, but it also doesn't have a couple of the features. And you can't, it would be different. I would get a P1S if there was an upgrade path to make it an X1C, right? If I could get the same camera, the same screen, stuff like that, and add the LiDAR, great. But I can't, right? So if you get a P1S, you have the limitations of the P1S, period. You'll never get the LiDAR. You'll never get, you won't get the same camera. You'll never get the same screen. So then it's like, oh, well, you could go and do the X1C or you could go and do a Panda. But the problem is, as soon as they force a firmware update, those are useless. Yeah. So there's certain critical features that I think should be there that aren't by default. And so yeah, I just think that there are, at least for me, it made more sense just to get the P1, or excuse me, the X1C and and have that full just go. Now, I've seen plenty of people that are running P1Ps and P1Ss in print farm, right? Perfect use of them, right? And then you can leave your X1C for, I'll say, more exotic or more expensive filament. Like, I'm not sure if I would have wanted to print polycarbonate 612 CF on a P1S, right? But doing it on the X1C, didn't even think twice about it. All right, so even though I brought over the extrusion multiplier that I calculated in, using Orca Slicer, um, it still feels like it's overshooting a bit, but it also still feels like I may be just a tad bit too low still. And of course, if you're low on the first couple of layers, you almost have to overcompensate when you raise it up in additional layers because of the the I'll say the over squished blowout where it kind of crowns over from the middle from being squished too much between the layer lines. And also, mind you, some of the gaps that we see between the layer lines here, when it's doing some of these smaller moves, that's literally going to be most likely because I'm using a point 0.6 nozzle um, versus like a point 0.4. So getting into some of the finer details, it's going to leave some gaps. Yeah, exactly, Timur. I mean, looking at the price point, you can get a P1S with AMS at like half the cost of an X1. So if you're doing a print farm, it makes sense because you would spend some time tuning it, and once you get it tuned, it's just point and click and print. It shouldn't matter which one you're sending it to. Um, where the X1C just has some more of that automated calibration. Like I haven't had to tweak any first layers on the X1C. Where on the P1S, you'll still have to tweak your first layer a little bit, but once you get it done, it should be done. One and done. But yeah, we got our black box moving. We're still dealing with some idiosyncrasies. We're working through that. Um, some of that is, once again, I know this every time I do it, going to a point 0.6 nozzle, I just have to tweak it, and I have to spend time tweaking for a profile. Um, it's just it's part of 3D printing, right? Um, and I chase it a lot more than I do with point 0.4 because I'm so used to the point 0.4. You very few of my machines are running a 6 or an 8, and the few times I've tried to run an 8 for a helmet to make it go so much faster, as far as being able to print and push so much plastic a lot faster, I get frustrated just trying to figure out the profile. Um, it, it should be the exact same in doing a point 0.4, but the point 0.4 profiles are so good these days. Um, it'll be worth the effort and the time. I just got to, I'll say, buckle down and do it. Because technically, on something like this with a tool change, if if I spent the time to really get in there and do the profile and say, I don't know, through a 1.0 nozzle or 1.2 nozzle in these, I could print some cool big colored prints fairly quickly, right? Um, but it's just you got to spend the time to tune the profile. Like when I get into doing the tube and the staccato hot ends, and those are going to go on a build. Those are most likely going to go on my borons. Um, when I do that, that's going to take time because one, they're high powered hot ends, right? I'm going to have bigger nozzles on them to be able to push things a lot faster because the nozzle itself, the heater in the nozzle, will be able to keep up with it. The other thing here is, there's a reason I'm running the high temp cores on these. That's because I'll be able to get a little bit more flow out of them, especially with a point 0.6 nozzle. Um, I mean, I run 0.6 on a standard Revo, but you're still maxing out at like 12 millimeters cubed per second, which means you still have to be careful about trying to print faster, um, where you won't get into an under extrusion issue. Like right now, according to this, somewhere, a volumetric flow is at 8.9, so just under 10. So, and I've got well, the speed is still at 100%. Um, but if I drop the speed down, may get some cleaner prints. And for the show, I will most likely slow this down a lot more for Midwest Rep Rep. Because one, it's going to be on a rickety table. And two, I want it to be able to print reliably and minimize the chance for crashes and bad prints at the show. And I will not be even attempting to print anything other than PLA between now and the end of March. I try and do ABS at these shows, but the venues, they're not temperature controlled. You'd think, oh, well, it's an indoor venue at Rocky Mountain, but people kept opening and closing the doors as they were coming in and out, and I can't tell you how often I was putting on a jacket, taking off a jacket, putting on a jacket, taking off a jacket, because it was so cold, and it was impacting even some of my PLA prints when you were sitting there and you have a Arctic cold blast come through from somebody opening a door because I was near one of the doors. Yeah, it was painful. And ABS ran great the first day. And then after that, it was just a crapshoot. So I finally just swapped out and went to straight PLA. And I think in the future, that's what I'm going to do for these shows is just run PLA. It's just so much easier. But folks, I'm going to put you on. Why is that got? Sorry about that. I'm going to put you on mute real fast and go take care of my allergies while we watch this print. Okay, so we're trying to get the cement, the rubber cement paste out of my nose. I love allergies. The fact that it's 90 something degrees out and everything's growing like weeds. Well, weeds, but everything else is growing like crazy. So I feel like I go outside and it takes me like 3 days of just staying inside to get my sinuses and everything back where I'm breathing again. Which will make Murph enjoy. Really want to see if I let me see if I can get you in here and just see these layers. Get in closer without it crashing it. And at some point, what I would really, really love to do, and I'm going to have to work to try and figure it out, is you guys remember I had won a nozzle camera from KB3D. I would love to put one of the 3DO nozzle cameras on, say, a Boron 2.4, maybe running a tube hot end or the Tocado. I still think the something like the Tocado would be great to put on either the Trident 350 or figure out a mount for the um, 0G Mercury based on the Inter 5 Plus, because that screams for like a 1 or 1.2 nozzle. I mean, when you have basically a super volcano hot end that I will have configured running two 100-watt heaters, um, yeah, you should be able to melt some plastic, and I should be able to reliably print on a 1 or 1.2 nozzle. Um, so that begs for uh, a larger size printer that run larger print. I am seeing a little bit of curling over here. Did curl up a little bit. Yeah, I think a K1C would work great as a straight and closed single filament workhorse. And that's where I think a P1S would shine, right? Is because you get the P1S, or the P1S will have the enclosure on it. You wouldn't have to worry about trying to do an enclosure on it. And you can run your ABS on it with no problem. You get it tuned in and you just start pumping out prints. But like I said, that again screams print farm or something like me where I'm printing a lot of printer parts. Like the VZ bot, I printed all of the parts for the VZ bot on the Bamboo X1C. And they came out beautiful. Out beautiful. And I've really got a curl going up front left. Hell, I just did a key hole uh, mount for a coworker's boat, and we noticed after the print, because I didn't even look at it, he's got the pole slightly off center, like the hole for that the pole would go through, so it would mount against a like a cross member of the boat, and then the pole goes down through it, and it's to provide another support point for the pole. That's really weird how that's curling up. I've never really seen PLA curl up like it. But I was like, I'm probably going to have to tune this some. I grabbed a standard um, PCCF profile from Bamboo through Polymaker PA 612 CF. Ran it through the AMS. It barked about, oh, you shouldn't run brittle filled filaments through the AMS. I'm like, okay, that's great. Because I knew it, like my AMS, I've got the extra desiccant dryers in it. And so it's sitting at, I don't know, 10% on one and 13% on the other. So pretty good dry box right now. So it's ran without a hitch, without a problems. Yeah, Mr. Wizix, exactly. I'm going to put some Vision Miner on here. Yeah, I was a little worried with the that nylon part as to whether or not it would stick. So I added a good coat of vision miner to it, and it stuck great. And then I was like, oh wow, is it going to come off? Yep, slid right off. Let the plate cool down some, it slid right off. And like I said, it was a beautiful print. I posted it up on. I don't think I put it on Twitter, but I did put it over on Free Heathens or Discord because I know he kept asking for people to post pictures of it. So I need to post it up on Twitter as well. Once again, we get a prime tower here, and it's literally just that, a priming tower, just to ensure that we've got good flow out of the hot end. The other thing too is, I'm always sitting here trying to tune these with a textured build plate. Trying to get a good first layer squish on a textured build plate is, one, it's a little hard, and then two, it's annoying because you're like, oh, that looks like I'm squished too much. So you raise it up, and then all of a sudden you get layered, or it detaches from the build plate, and it depends on the texture and how deep the texture is, and how you know I really really like the satin build sheet. Um, I really like the engineering plate from Bamboo Labs. It kind of makes me mad that they stopped selling it. Like they literally have stopped selling it. But um, here's the realize I must have had something up underneath this magnet. But the one side is the high temp plate. So the one side is the high temp plate. This has been the side that's been down for a while. It's basically like a flat PEI sheet. The other side was the engineering plate, and other than the fact that it's got vision miner on it, you can see it on there. This is like akin to the satin sheet Prusa. And why they stopped selling these, I don't know. These things are awesome. I was so mad that I got one, and then when I got the other printer, I was like, oh, I'll go ahead and get another engineering plate. They're not on the store. Nobody has them. Um, Somebody was telling me that the SliceWorks, um, was it the dipped plates, are similar. So I'm going to have to give one of those a shot. I mean, the textured PEI works, but if you don't want a deep texture for a specific print, like, I don't know, parts that are mating parts for a 3D printer or something, then you want to use something else. Yeah, and so this is, it still looks like it's a little over extruded on print. Um, that redid this one using the updated flow characteristics we had determined. And I don't know, maybe that's why it on because we tuned a profile and then we only selected that profile for one of 3 tool heads. That might be why the reg came out looking so much better than the other 2. See, simple thing, simple thing. Okay, so these 2 are not sitting fully back and flush these last couple of times, and so I'm just increasing the amount that they go back just to make sure that I am getting good contact with the back plate. Tool 1 and tool 2. What I'm doing is just the full push back. I'm just going to increase it. In this case, just like 0.6 millimeters long. Um, they really need some way of saying, okay, reload the config. Like Clipper, you've got, you can do a firmware restart. There's nothing that I've seen, and I'm sure there's a command to it, other than clicking emergency stop or logging into the Raspberry Pi and rebooting the right. Um, like you would have to change a file that, like the config.g, that would prompt you to save and basically do a save and restart. So that's an annoying thing. Nothing in here fault that says, just click here to basically restart and reload the configuration. So we're going to, can't drop, I'd have to home all, which I can't all with something plates. pull this off. And what I wanted to do is put some vision miner, but I want to pull the plate off the heated bed because it will cool down a little faster that way. This is curling up, and if I go to pull it off right now, it's going to. Yeah, our first layer for red, really good, but the blue, a little bit too much. Once again, that could be because we were still over gray. So what I want to do, we had raised it up 0.0. Keep that in the back of my mind. I'm going to set this over here and put some vision miner in it. Have that here, but I don't have. Let me go grab my brush. I'm trying to get the sample bottle. X and a circle. Spread it around. Try and get it even. Spread it in both directions. A little bit goes a long way, especially doing PLA prints. You can print quite a while with PLA. You can get 20 to 30 prints without having to redo it. If you're doing high temp engineering prints, you may have to do a little bit more, a few more coats. But and I got one of these, and Mrs. Dragon got one. This is the one that Mrs. Dragon brought back, and I finally used up one of the other ones. And I put it on, what, 3 or 4 machines multiple times. So we'll let that dry. I'm going to run downstairs real fast and wipe this off. I'm going to put the Be Right Back screen on, and I will be right back. Not wipe it off, but rinse it off. So use this. Okay, so got some vision miner on our plate now. Tell a little bit of difference in the texture of the shine there. So we'll go ahead and get this back on here. Be easier said than done. I'll tell you what, the this Mandala Roseworks bed magnets are no joke on. When they say be very, very careful if you take these magnets off, not to let them hit, and if you, when you're reattaching them, don't over tighten them. Yeah, they mean it. Okay, Killer Dragon. Hope you're having a good day and that your weekend goes well wherever you are in the world. So, print it out. We're still a little over extruded. We're going to give this one more shot and then we're going to try a slightly different file that I found that I thought was kind of cool. We're doing good. Solar 3DP. We're still chasing a few gremlins in the system here. There's still some weirdness. Like several times I'll sit here and I'll do the homing sequence, and then it'll go into doing the bed mesh, and it will skip steps as it heads over here so fast. So I'm trying to slow down the accelerations of the travel moves to reduce those chances. And we've been did just do this. But other than that, we're going pretty good. I did tune the E steps, and I did tune the extrusion multiplier because we are printing through a 0.6 nozzle. It's going to be different than the standard multiplier printing for. So we did get that re-wickered. Why? The little weird things that go on don't make sense. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it'll make percent. Whoops. This. So I started a file, 3-color file. It should have heated up 3 hot ends, but it started heating the first and third tool, not the second tool, which doesn't make sense. Like, why wouldn't you have turned that one on as well? So that's kind of the little weird things that we're chasing here and there. And I'm not sure, like, that needing to do like a firmware reset on Clipper, and not having the ability to do that in RepRap firmware, or is the assumption just that it reads the macro as it uses macros, so as long as you save it, it's good on the next use of it? I don't know. Those are things that we're playing around with. We've just been sitting here doing the same type of print so that we can evaluate, how it's printing and how well it's working. So far, the one of the better prints that I've had was running a point 0.4 profile through a point 0.6 nozzle. Go figure. How's it going with you, Solar? Hopefully doing well. Got home from work. Okay, well, hopefully you were scheduled to be at work and it wasn't I got called in to deal with something. Okay, so it's your scheduled Friday? Gotcha. That's at least if it's a scheduled day at work, it's okay. Like I was sitting there, it was Friday yesterday, and like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, my boss pinged, hey, you get me inputs for your annual review. Like, okay. And he goes, it'd be great if I can get them by close of day. Oh, so you tell me at 2 on a Friday that you need it by close of business. Awesome. You know, so I love last minute. But other than that, yeah, we're just trying to get some print time on the black box here so that we can get ready for Midwest Riprap Festival. I am going to be bringing this printer to the show with me. So here's our, so pretty good. I mean, 0.19 deviation. So what I did on the last print was I had run the Orca Slicer um, Extrusion Multiplier flow rate test, figured out what the flow rate should be. And then I brought it over to Prusa Slicer, which is what I'm using here. I'm still trying to build out a Orca Slicer profile for this because, Chris provided a Prusa Slicer profile, which is fine. It's just that's what it was provided with. So I'm going to try and work on a Orca Slicer. But um, as I'm working on the Orca Slicer, I'm trying to use the Prusa Slicer one because it should be minor changes needed because Chris was only running 2 tools. So I just increased the number of extruders to 5. And they're all 0.4 on his machine. I'm running 0.6. Once again, fairly easy changes. But I have to recompensate for the flow and everything. And so as I'm building out the Orca Slicer, which has a lot of those calibration tests built in, then I can go ahead and port that stuff over while we're going through this initial testing. But what I did on the last print was I changed it for one of the tools. I forgot to go through and change the um uh filament for the other 2 tools. So the other 2 tools were still running on a highly over extruded filament or a highly over extruded filament profile. So other than the curling, the red looks good here, but the blue and the gray are severely, which camera? So the red looks really good here. far as but the blue and the gray are very highly over. The red is running at Extrusion Multiplier of 0.775, and the blue and the gray were running at 0.98. So we did we did coat it with some vision miner. That's why I had to go on, be right back, pause real fast, is I ran downstairs to get the, I ran downstairs to get the brush and then ran back downstairs to rinse the brush so that I don't wind up with a solid brush. But I will tell you, goes to do this tool change, that these first layers are looking a lot better. When it does when it goes to swap the gray out, I'll get in closer. You'll see that we're getting a lot better layers. Still getting a little bit of oozing. Get a little bit better of a wipe when it moves. But layers are looking a lot better because over extruded. We're making, little changes here and there. If no light is better. Some light. Oh yeah. No worries, Timor. I know how that goes. Yeah, I did put a little bit of vision miner on it. I really like the vision miner nano adhesive. Um, and somebody had asked, have there been any changes? There's a couple of changes. Uh, One change was, you can see on this part, right up here where it was starting to get melted. And that was because the heater core was sitting right up against it. Right, so it was starting to melt that, and rather than being flat, the tool heads were winding up at a slight angle because of the silicone stoppers. So Steve Builds designed new ones of these that are like 2 to 3 millimeters taller. So I printed those out last night, or Thursday after the stream, and I printed them in the PA 612 CF. So nylon 612 CF blend, and that works because it drops this down enough, and then I can lift the silicone up some so that the nozzle tip is resting on top of the silicone, is basically becoming an ooze stopper, and then the wipers at the front still have plenty of room to just catch and knock off the little blob. So we made that change. You'll notice we have a slightly different filament path back here. figure out which. So we now have these filament blocks here, and the PTFE tube comes from the tool head up and around down through a what are these? The PC4 M6 pass-through connectors. So the tube comes down through the fitting, through a 90-degree in this piece, and comes out the back. So when we were doing the filaments out of these filament guides down here, that is right beneath this 4040 top extrusion. So you're putting a kink in the tube in a hard turn. The only other thing that I have done is right here, you'll see there's a printed piece. This is a block that I designed. It's like 80 millimeters long, 40 millimeters wide, 20 millimeters tall, and a couple of M3 screws. But this is right where the bottom deck pan. So I have this here to provide support for these back deck pans. If not, these can kind of flap around and will sag over time. So I sent this over to Chris. He's probably going to add it to the files after he, tampers some edges, does some roundovers, makes it pretty. Because I'm like, Tinkercad, give me a rectangle with a couple of holes in it. If you're using hairspray, must be slow. Well, you must have hair because I don't, so there's no need for hairspray in my house. Or at least not on my end. This dragon. I think this time last week you were hanging with Zombie. Oh, yeah, Zombie. I don't know about you, but this last week has been going crazy, and I've had to just tell myself, stop. You're not doing anything else, right? Um, I still need to do final decisions on what other printers I'm bringing and do signage for. But that's it. Like, and I still have to book a hotel for Thursday night somewhere along the route because we're going to drive Thursday night halfway. And then that way we're coming in on Friday, able to get a good night's sleep Thursday night, come in Friday, be able to set up without a lot of craziness. Because the thought of doing like a 12, 13-hour drive and then having to unload everything, get the table set up, then go do dinner and get in the hotel and all that good stuff. Like, yeah, why make it more cumbersome than it has to be? Hey, if you got it, flaunt it. Yeah, and I know you're using it for the printed bed, but it's like, I have no need to have hairspray, so there is no hairspray in the Dragon Den. And by the way, I showed you I had those two, or I had the little bottles. I'm also set for a little while. So these are the, what are these? 120 milliliter ones. So I'm going to be set for a little while. They just go and coat all the beds. I mean, if you're going to get the gonna get the brush messed up, or not messed up, but if you're gonna do it, you might as well just go through and do them all in one shot. Save time, rinse and repeating. Looking a lot better after having, shooting and using the profile for all three filaments. Some gap, but not a lot. And once again, I don't have input shaping or pressure advance tuned yet. And I think those will help on some of these edges. And because what I'm seeing is like some gaps in the corners. Some of that will just be the fact I'm using a 0.6 nozzle, something that was probably designed around a 0.4 nozzle. And I don't think I have the gap fill turned on, but I think getting pressure advance and input shaping and pressure advance done will help. Especially with, I'll say, rounded off corners. That would be the pressure advance or linear advance, I guess is what they call it. And do they call it pressure advance or linear advance in rep firmware? Can't remember. Well, like I said, I've gone ahead and ordered the Duet ADXL for input shaping, and I talked to Chris about it. And he said that he did it the manual way. So he's like, I haven't done it, so I'm interested to see your experience. He goes, are you going to do it at the show? I was like, well, yeah, I'm going to pick it up from you at the show. So why not try and put it on there and see if I can figure out how to do input shaping on a rep firmware box. But I'm interested to get feedback on my build from Builds and Zombie and Chris once he sees it in person. Poity will be there, but Poity said he's not bringing his. I think Poity's in the process of redesign work. Something about wanting to run tubes on it. I'm like, I don't know how you would put a tube on there. And if you do, you'd have to increase the 4040s on the Z to recover some Z. That would be extrusions, so some 4040 extrusions, some 2020 extrusions, linear rails. Belt is just going to be more belt length. Some cable chain to extend the cable chain or the cable ladder that goes down the left side. I guess technically not that much. I could probably work out the issue with the gaps that I'm seeing here between the walls just by pulling it down right now and seeing if that helps give it more time to actually flow. once this print finishes, I've got another print that I want to try and get started, which is a Fred. It's a frog called Fred that's been turned into the poisonous toad. So it has, it's been pre-painted. You just have to select your colors. Um, so I'll have to swap up some colors. I'm almost out of the blue, so I'm going to have to swap in a different blue. But I think, oh, there's another Polymaker blue right there. That's what we. So I don't have any load or unload macros yet in this either. They weren't in the base macro files. There's so when you hit pause print, it does pause, but I think it just stops right where it's at. And then when you cancel, it just stays there. Keeps all the heaters on. It does not like move off the print. It doesn't um, do what I would expect of a canceled print. And so I got to work on that because I thought I knew where to put it. And apparently, where I thought I was putting it, not what's getting called when you hit the cancel print button. So, once again, it's just digging in and learning RepRap firmware. Like, I don't know if you guys can notice, but the studio lights are not flashing. Right? So in Clipper, we had this thing called PWM cycle time that you would set up on your mains voltage printers. Like if you've got, like most of the Vorons, you're running a main voltage heated bed. If you do not put in a PWM cycle time that's commensurate to 60 hertz in the US or 50 hertz in European countries and Australian stuff, then you will get lights flickering, not so much with standard incandescent bulbs, but with LED bulbs. Unless they're very expensive LED bulbs, um, they basically go into a constant dim mode and they'll flicker. So in Clipper, you could use PWM cycle time to set that up and make it so that your PWM cycle for your heated bed aligns with the power phase frequency for your country. And so in um, RepRap firmware, for the heater, you can set the frequency. So we set the frequency um, for bed heater to 60 hertz, and I still get some pulsing, but it's a slow pulse. You're not seeing the flicker. The kind of flicker that you're seeing right here is PWM of the lights themselves, and that's going to happen anytime you PWM an LED. I might see or look into possibly a different mounting solution that would allow us to use like a diffuser on these lights. Um, I think that would make it a little bit softer and better if you have a camera sitting up here. Yeah, is Who all's going to Midwest Rep Fest? Because we're literally 6 days away. Like this time next week, there's going to be uh, face-to-face hugs and chatting going on at Midwest Rep. Thanks for the alert, Zombie. I know Zombie just went and learned. I hope he brings the Doron Belta. Really want to check that out. I'm itching to build one. I know Evil Diesel was building one, but I'm itching to build one. Come to 3D Rep Rat Festopia. Okay, so you're gonna bring it to Maryland. Okay, yeah, that's right. You're flying in for this one. So yeah, it's probably too big to start in. One day I'll get to see. Now I got to work with the tugboat gang and get them set up with their Rook 2020 Mark II build. Finding like, oh well, this didn't come with the parts, so start it. So basically, KB3D created a one-off kit, Bob, and conversations back and forth, and we're like, they did get a LDO polyamide bed, but of course it didn't come with the Morn Sun power supply. We sent it with a Meanwell, and it didn't have a build plate in it either, which I thought the build plate was going to come with it. Um, so they told us not to worry about it. They were going to get a custom plate from Ember Prototypes, because this is going to be a machine that they're going to take with them into schools, because they're part of their business model for the nonprofit, go into elementary schools and bring 3D printing to the next generation. Teach them about 3D design and 3D printing. which I think is pretty awesome and commendable. Print's done, and we're going to go with our first couple of prints here. So this one is 0.4 profile and a 0.6 nozzle. Still one of the nicer ones that we got. Yes, please. This is 0.6 with a 0.6 nozzle, heavily over extruded because we hadn't done any of the tuning yet. And then I'm going to set it right next to it so we can see the one on the right, which is still down there, is the 0.6 with a tuned or semi-tuned point. So some of the gaps that you see like here and down here in the corners, that is a 0.6 nozzle just trying to get into a small space. That's not an issue. That is going to be there because you're using, right? But you can see the surface finish is a lot smoother compared to this one. Not getting nearly as much over extrusion, but I think if I slow the speed down here, we'll get it even better finish. This one, we're still just kind of overrunning a bit. Maybe a little bit more tuning on the extrusion multiplier. We do have some, that could either be not enough squish on the first layer, or it could also just be the speed because we have it input shaped and pressure advanced to got the same. So more tuning is going to happen over the next few days, but we're getting there. Our profile is getting a lot better. We're not having any layer adhesion issues, especially after throwing some vision miter down there. So I think we're getting dialed in here. Like I said, I'm going to crank the speeds down some to include the acceleration because I want good clean prints because this just got done. If I had like several weeks to play with it and get it dialed in before the show, maybe. But going to MRRF, I want it to be consistent cool tool changes, consistent prints to show off the printer. And then at 3D Printopia, we'll have more time on it and more prints through it. And we'll be able to tune this profile a little bit more for a little bit better speed, right? So with that, folks, we've been streaming for almost 4 hours now. Thank you everybody that's hung out and dealt with some of the issues had on a new printer, a tool changer, and all that good stuff. So that happens. Okay. So like I said, I'm almost out of blue, so I'm gonna have to redo the blue. But let me open this up. I know it's gonna shock people, but I got a box from KB3D. So let me go ahead and show you what I got in from KB3D. Oh. Got the cat sticker, relatively new. Never seen that one before. And I ordered a couple of the new shirts. Got the open source or RepRap open source logo on it. On the sleeves, we got the KB3D in the back. This is just one size larger than the one he brought me to uh, Rocky Mountain because that one was a little snugger than we anticipated. And then, because why not? We got our black box badge, so I need to figure out a print that we can install this on the printer. We'll have a black box badge on there. Looks like it was possibly laser cut. We did get a black box badge. We'll add to it. And then we had another box that showed up. And I think this is the handles and the cross members for the VZ box. Let's take a quick gander. I think that's what this should be. And it is. So we'll be adding these to the VZ bot and replacing the printed parts. So the front cross braces are in the middle, and then the top and bottom are the handles. So we'll replace our printed parts with those, which will just add to the rigidity. And these, once again, are very nicely machined. Chamfers everywhere because chamfers are the best. Got the EasyBot logo. Yeah, pretty darn nice. Yeah, and since I had done the CNC kit, I thought it would be worth getting those extra additional parts. You know, they also have the CNC'd water cooling blocks for the 5160s. I'm not going that route. But just know that things like that are available. So I'm going to continue to play with this today and up until we leave for the show. This is going to stay here until we carry it down and put it in the car because it's big. And once I get a little bit more done on her, I'll probably put the rest of the panels on. Probably get the panels ready to go on. The nice thing is you've got the 4 screws on the 4 corners, so they're easy to pop the panels off. But I will want them on there so I can wrap it in a moving blanket when we get it in the car. Awesome. So thanks, everybody. Let's find a raid target today. I know people are telling me, hey, go out to Jerry because it's Jerry's birthday. So let's see. There's Perillo, Mayhem's printing, Ash Prince is running, up and running. Pool's doing prints. Him for the days up. Foxen's up. Anchor Deck, of course, Send Shop. So we got some more Robo Rumble going on. Some BattleBot stuff. It's working. And the Free Heathens up. So Gary does not look to be online yet. Online around 3 o'clock. 1 o'clock his. So did anybody hear a good place to raid? Um, Brillo does not see on like face to face. Kim for the day is just starting. Gonna be doing oh, just chat. Yes, we got battle bots, we've got Painterly Get painting some miniatures, we got Free Heathen. So all sound good, streamer choice. You know, I kind of want to see some BattleBot action. I haven't I haven't seen BattleBots in a little bit. So let's go over to Send Shop. I know I was watching them last night for a little bit as they were getting set up for today's events. And I think they've got like a lot more cameras at this current event than another event. So we might get some really good angles at the matchups. So let's get ready to raid on over there. So thank you everybody for being here. Um, Thank you again for taking your Saturday mornings and hanging out with me so often. Thank you, Karen Chow Designs, for this great new banner until I can finish getting branded under a new business name and get a actual banner up here that I can put up when I'm here and take down and put at the table when I go to shows. Thanks, Pezliz, for contributing and being an influence on uh, me being able to bring more printers in with less. Uh, yeah, just thanks for influencing Miss Dragon. There we go. There we go. So thanks a lot, everybody. We will continue to put this through its paces, and I will see you guys on Tuesday. Take care. Bye now.